Good evening. I would like to call the December 8th Civilian Police Oversight Board meeting to order at this time. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member French,
Here.
Member Crawford,
Here.
Member Jackson,
Here.
Member Luce,
Here.
Member Nixon,
Here.
Member Rayner,
Here.
Member Wartell.
Here.
Thank you. Chair French, all your members are present. And also joining us tonight is myself, Valerie Barella, CPOA Admin, Executive Director, CPOA Deidre Ewing, CPOA-B Legal Counsel, Ms. Tina Gooch, Lieutenant Mark Landavaso, Deputy Commander Anthony Maez, Carlos Pacheco is City Legal, Commander Sean Waite with APD, Kelly Mensa, CPC Liaison, and Chris Sivan, City Council.
Thank you. And with that, can I have a motion for approval of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to make a motion that we move item 15 to item 8 on the agenda. And I'll make that motion. Could I have a second, please?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll move on to item 5, and I don't believe any of the cases were pulled from the consent agenda. So we'll move on to item 6. I did read the minutes and they appear to be accurate and in order. With that, is there a motion to approve the minutes from November the 10th and November the 14th?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion, any edits or any suggestions on the minutes? All right, good. Ms. Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And we all did receive an email or confirmation that there were no public comments received by the agency. I did check the board's email and we also have not received any public comment that I could see for the board meeting. So we'll move on to item 8, reports from city departments. And we'll start with APD, IA Professional Standards Division. Acting Commander Landavaso.
Good evening, Chair and Board. You all have been provided with a November 2022 report from our office. This month, we did have a total of 46 cases completed in total. 38 of those were area command cases. Cases open this month, 28. Area command cases, lower misconduct cases, 28 as well. We currently have in our office 55 cases pending and currently actively being investigated, and 0 cases being mediated. We did provide a list of all discipline imposed for internal closed cases this month, and I stand for any questions from the board.
Did we have your presentation? Because I didn't see it pop up on the screen. Did you send in a presentation, Ms. Commander, or were you just, because I was trying to follow
provided,
along.
ma'am.
Okay,
I
thank
apologize.
you.
It was provided, yes.
Okay. Are there any questions for Acting Commander Landvassel? If not, we'll move on to IA Force Division, Commander Scott Norris.
Good morning or good afternoon. My name's Anthony Mays. I'm a deputy commander. Commander Scott Norris had an appointment this afternoon, so he asked me to step in. Let me pull up my PowerPoint real quick, and I will share it. If I could share my screen with you. If not, I can go ahead and read this to the stats to you, whatever's easiest for everyone.
I like the screen sharing.
Yeah, let's see. Host disabled participant from screen sharing.
I just updated it. Should be allowing him to share now.
There we go. Can everyone see that okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay. All right. So this is the report for November 2022. Just to refresh everyone's memory, we'll be talking about force categories levels 1, 2, and 3 as listed here. And if you're not familiar with each category, of course, level 1 is likely to cause transitory pain, disorientation, discomfort. Category level 2 is force that causes injury and could cause reasonable expected cause of injury or result of complaint of injury. And level 3 is a force that results in or could reasonably result in serious physical injury, hospitalization, or death. I went ahead and just broke down the area command, just so in case you're not familiar with the area commands in our city. They're listed there. And you should have a copy of this presentation. However, I went ahead and put it into a PowerPoint just so it's easier to read on during this presentation. As you can see here, it's broken down by the area commands. We had a total of 36,973 dispatch calls, as broken down here, level 1s, level 2s, and level 3s. As you can see, the level 2s within, we saw a little bit of an increase in the Northeast, so level 2s where there was 8. And it looks like the Northeast is probably the highest number we're seeing through all the area commands. And then as you see in the right side of the screen there, we have a breakdown of force per 1,000 calls. The number of force events, again, just pointing out that the Northeast is a little bit higher in this category for the month of November, with level 2s being 8. And then as you can see the breakdown as it goes from there. The types of calls that we saw in the month of November: on-site suspected persons or vehicles. That would mainly be, suspicious person or vehicle, persons or vehicles. That could be trespassing. It could be an individual's loitering in any particular area, and warranted contact by law enforcement. And as you can see there, that was the highest number of force cases that we had is 10. Then of course the next column would be family disputes, where 8, and then it goes down from there. We see a little bit of an increase in the family dispute column during the holidays. This is the breakdown of the data by the month. And the way you can read this is it's broken down: foothills, northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest, and valley. And then, as you can see in the color of each month, we saw a little bit of an increase in October, September and October. And I believe I kind of discussed this in the past, that these are the months that we kind of see a little bit more of an increase. I'm not sure why that's taking place, but number of reasons, I guess, because things are just going back to normal, school and things like that. But yeah, it's starting to see a little bit of an increase during that time. This is a 12-net, a look at the 12 months of the force of data. Again, breaking down, and you saw a little bit of an increase in, well, March and April, we had 59. And then again in September and a little bit in October. And that is it. Going to stand for any questions?
Deputy Chief, Commander, I have a question and I just can't remember. Is it normal for Northeast to come in second? I know Southeast has always been high, but is that normal for Northeast?
You know, just reviewing the force cases, I'm not saying, well, say it's normal, but we have seen an increase with shoplifting, especially in the uptown area. And I think that's where I think we're seeing the increase mainly is with all the stores, Target and all those other stores, the Coronado Mall and then the new mall area. And we've seen an increase of just transits in that area, the bus station that's there. So I think that's why the Northeast has gone up.
And that's trending with a nationwide surge, is that correct?
Yes, it is. That's a very good point. Yeah.
Okay, I was just asking because I don't remember Northeast being right behind Southeast, but you know, I just don't remember.
No,
Okay.
you're correct. You're correct. Yeah, and it hasn't always been like that. So yeah.
Are there any questions of Deputy Commander? If not, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
We'll move on to 8B, City Council. Mr. Sylvan?
Good afternoon, Chair French, Honorable Board, Chris Sylvan with the Albuquerque City Council. The first thing that I have to report is the fact that we have council staff has interviewed 2 more candidates for the board, and they are scheduled to interview next week with the councilors. So hopefully that will go well. And what happened at City Council meeting on, let me get my notes, sorry about that. Happened at City Council meeting on this past Monday is M22-6 asking the New Mexico legislature to reinstate qualified immunity, passed on a 5-4 vote. And like I said last time, it's a memorial. And what a memorial does is it instructs another government body to decide what they should do. So it's not that we, as the council or the councilors, passed something for qualified immunity. And with that, I stand for questions on the city council part.
Yeah, never mind. City council part, never mind.
Okay. All right, are there any questions? If not, we'll move on to item C. Chris, you're on again, Public Safety Committee.
Hey, there was one public safety committee meeting since we met, and just 2 items. EC 22-161, mayor's recommendation of an award for CODIS DNA testing and analysis services that went to full council and that passed. And then the second item was R2275, which was establishing a tip line program for reporting illegally used possessed firearms. And that one was moved to the next public safety meeting, which was supposed to be scheduled for the 13th of this month, but that meeting has been canceled. And also the council is done meeting for the rest of the year. So with that, that's my report for the public safety meeting. Any questions?
Chris, did you say City Council is done or Public Safety is done?
Well, public safety is done, and so is City Council. They had their last meeting past Monday.
Okay, when you said that we have 2 more members coming through on the 12th.
Oh, sorry, Chair French. 2 members being interviewed by the councilors on the 15th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Potential members.
One other question.
Yes, Member Wartell?
How many of the city councilors will be interviewing?
What we do, Chair French, Member Wartell, is we split them up. We have 3 councilors interview 1 candidate, and then we have 3 more councilors interview the second candidate. So 6. And these are now standing interviews that happen monthly. That way we continue to have the process happening, and there will always be someone who has been through the pipeline should a vacancy occur.
Three council members per candidate is the way I understood what you said.
I might have misspoke. Let me move some of my notes. They're right in front of my face. Hold on, so I can't see you.
And maybe I misunderstood too.
Okay, there we go. What the process is council staff interviews the selected candidates that have scored high enough. And then if council staff decides that the candidate can move on and interview with the counselors, they have 2 separate interviews. We do that to prevent a rolling quorum. So there's one interview with 3 counselors, and then they turn around and have another interview with 3 more counselors.
Oh, so it's 6 per.
Yes.
Any single
In the
interviewee
totality.
has 6 interviewers.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Chris, one more question. So you said that you're going to make this a monthly process, right? Which I think is an excellent idea. So you said you have 2 that are ready to be interviewed by counselors now, and then you have some more in the wing that you've already got ready? Or
Chair French, yeah, that's the plan.
okay. All right. Sounds great. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay, if not,
I had a quick question.
Sure.
Going back to the previous remarks you were making about the city council vote on qualified immunity, could you, I think I understood what you were saying, but could you repeat that? Like what that actually means?
Okay, it's Chair French, Member Renard. It's the council process involves many types of legislations. There's ordinances and resolutions, which the councilors act upon, which governs how the city's run. What the council passed was a memorial, and a memorial tells a different body, say it be the county, the state, or the federal government, that we as the council support you doing this. So the bill goes to that body, and that body decides, well, we agree with you, maybe we will do this or we don't, but it's just stating that that's how the council feels.
And who did they send this to? Which body?
The state.
And last question, the state has no obligation to do anything with it. It's just like
Correct.
they're
Correct.
asking them to do something, but the state would have to determine if they want to or not.
Chair French, Board Member Raynar, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Member Rayner, I think I saw a list of already pre-bills that are going forward that they've already got sponsors. And I think that is one of them that I've seen. Hasn't been filed yet, but it's definitely out there. Are there any other questions? If not, we'll move on to the mayor's office. Is Pastor Walker here? He is not. Okay. Go on to city attorney's office. Mr. Pacheco.
There we go. Good evening, Chair French and Honorable Board. City Attorney's Office has nothing to report at this time. Thank you. I'll stand for questions.
Are there any questions? If not, we'll move on to CPC, Mr. Mensah.
Good evening, Chair French. Good evening, Honorable Board. It's been kind of a big couple of days here, especially this week, obviously with the site visit. We've had a lot going on. We had our dinner, our year-end dinner on Tuesday night, and it was a good event. We had, I believe it was 58 attendees. We had a lot of speeches for what we've been able to accomplish this year. We had Deirdre address the council, also Byron Padrell, Council of Chairs Lead Rowan Weimark, Steve Rickman, Chief Medina, and myself. And we really did a job of applauding all the members for their hard work, I think, this year. The counselors were all happy to hear that we're a national model and that the IMR team, APD, and the city were happy with our progress. And the monitor and myself worked on some good new goals this year with the Council of Chairs that include recruiting younger members, new marketing techniques to get more attendees and also more council members, utilizing more social media, a renewed commitment to making recommendations, which at least one area commander has asked for repeatedly. We haven't really been able to serve that need. Reaching out to underserved communities, including those that don't speak English, possibly. We're working on that issue. Creating community working groups to address specific issues per area command. Holding more town halls, in which we're going to do in January, in which we invite the public to a Council of Chairs meeting to discuss what we're doing well, what we could be doing better, and some practical projects in which the CPCs go out to help, which they pat APD officers and first responders on the back, address problems in the field, and so on. We also have elections for council chairs coming up in January. We're sending out a pitch now to ask for submissions for council positions. We're hoping to get new chairs. Our meeting with Steve Rickman, the IMR monitor, is this Friday. I believe we have a confirmed presence of all 6 councils, which would be the first time since I've been here. And on Saturday, we're going to be setting off 4 hours to meet at the APD Academy to rewrite what is necessary of the council guidelines. This is something the CPC has agreed to do every year. We did not do it last year. And a few new issues have come up this year in which we're going to have to address what we're going to do in the future when this happens. I had lunch with Maria Wolf of the ECHO Project, Nob Hill and Downtown ECHO. We generated some ideas on networking with people from UNM and CNM to find some new members and some younger members and just open us up to a new clientele because we don't have much from that area right now. And Angelo Ragland, who is 22, he is the youngest member of the council, has proposed the idea for a CPC Youth Council in which we will recruit students and tell them about CPC in the hopes they join and stay on for a while. We have removed 1 council member for a variety of issues and are in the process of removing another. And we have 1 official meeting left this year, which will be the Southeast next Tuesday. And after that, we have only the Northeast, which is having a social get-together at their normal spot up at the multi-generational center in the Northeast there, instead of having a council meeting. So that should be a good event. Hopefully some people show up and are interested in council membership. That's all I have for this month. I will stand for questions.
Are there any questions? Thank you, Kelly.
You're welcome.
We'll move on to Executive Director Ms. Ewing's report.
Good evening. I'm sorry it has been a hectic couple of weeks trying to get some details wrapped up. So you didn't get a written report from me this month, but there have been 22 new complaints since the last board meeting, 19 driving complaints, and 2 commendations. I do believe that the council received the memo from city legal about the printing of SOPs. And finally, I remember that at the last meeting, Chair French asked me about vacancy savings or other for conducting for the city to for the board to hire auditors to conduct the audit outlined in the ordinance. However, having reviewed the language of the ordinance, having reviewed the discussion of the board's audit responsibilities in IMR, and having consulted with city legal, it has been made clear to me that the board itself is supposed to do what it has done historically and conduct those audits themselves rather than hiring an outside agency. So I'm not able to provide the board with a budget for that project. I do believe that the independent monitor, since they have made clear that the audit function is part of one of the ways that the board should be digging down into cases along with appeals would be, I expect they would be happy to provide the board with technical assistance on those audits, but it is not something that's supposed to be contracted out. I stand open for questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Mm.
Is that an interpretation with respect to the audit, or does it specifically prohibit outside contractors being hired?
The specific language in the language in the ordinance specifically directs that the board conduct the audit. Mr. Pacheco also, I conferred with him on that, and that was his reading of that part of the ordinance as well.
But it doesn't say how that audit is conducted. It's a simple question.
It does not say how the audit is conducted. It simply said the board shall. And as I said, the IMR also makes clear that the monitor believes that that is part of the board's function.
What is the specific language of the IMR?
If you could give me just a few moments, I did not have that pulled up.
I have one question. Mr. Pacheco, when you're here, are you here representing APD?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And not city legal?
Well, so I'm a part of city legal, but my specific area is the APD section. So it's
if someone said to you, who's your client, what would your answer be?
well, the city of Albuquerque, but specifically APD.
Thank you.
So, but to Deirdre's point, yes, I did look at the statute. It does say that the board does the audits. To Member Wartel's point, it doesn't say how the audits are done. I think some conversations in particularly let me see, I think maybe the monitor commentary regarding the issue does indicate that this is a board function.
Chair French, and just for the record, I do want to acknowledge that Mr. Stephen Rickman from the IMT did join the meeting, and also Asia Brooks from the DOJ.
Thank you. Well, I think this deserves further discussion from the board, so we'll make it.
So the paragraph, the discussion where it really starts is on page 289. In the past, the board has varied its approach to achieving its oversight of the CPOA investigative work product, initially using the case review committee to perform due diligence on each case. The CRC would then move to more of an audit function, which only a random number of cases involved a CRC review of the entire investigative file. Then he goes on to talk about it's that whole section talking about balancing the work and information like that when read in the light of the when I read that in the light of the language in the ordinance. That's where that understanding came from, but I do understand Chair French saying that it merits further conversation for the board.
Councillor Gooch.
Thank you, Chair French, members of the board. I also want to note that I'm not sure what the background is on the request for the audit and the information, but one of the ordinance changes was significant in this board audit function. Prior to the amendment, it was the board may perform audits. It was not a requirement. It now has been changed to be a semi-annual requirement. And in that regard, looking to CRC for prior periods and then conflating it with the current and new required ordinance seems to be a little apples to oranges. I agree that further discussion is warranted, but I also think that with the ordinance change and the requirement put on the board that had otherwise not been there, that this is something that working with the monitor in the city needs to happen, and we all need to get on the same page so that everyone knows what's expected in the manner in which it should be done.
I agree. And we do have our meeting tomorrow, so this will be discussed. But I agree. Are there any more questions? If not, we'll move on to item 9. And we have our appeal of CPC 087-22. It's our appellant here.
That is Mr. Larson's. I am admitting him now.
Is he in?
He has just been admitted. Mr. Larson, the board is taking up your appeal.
Mr. Larson, I just wanted to, I know you used to sit on the board, but I just wanted to tell you about not a little bit, but tell you how the process is going to go. So you have 15 minutes and Ms. Barella, will you keep the time for us?
Yes, Chair Friend.
Mr. Larson, when you have 5 minutes, when you have 1 minute left, I'm going to ask Ms. Barella, do you have a bell or something, Ms. Barella, that you can tap or hit or let him know he has 1 minute left?
Yes, and his time is 15 minutes. If I heard that wrong. Okay, 15.
15 minutes. Okay, he has 15 minutes. And then there's 5 minutes for the police officer if one's here. Then APD has 10 minutes to do their presentation. And then our executive director has 10 minutes. And then we will give you 5 more minutes for any kind of rebuttal that you have on those presentations. Do you have any questions, Mr. Larson?
No, sure don't.
Okay, all right. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair French and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide some input. I apologize. I was having a little problem with my Zoom earlier, and I sent some emails expressing that concern, but so I'm here now. It's my belief that the original appeal and addendum contain the necessary and sufficient information for the board to decide if they agree or disagree on the appeal's merits, and if they identify any appropriate measures needed. The addendum is based upon information that was not initially available to me, but was provided by the CPOA as a result of the appeal. Prior to my filing the complaint, I got a copy of the CAD, but my IPRA request for the officer's OBRD videos resulted in the city saying there were no responsive documents. The 2 videos provided by the CPOA were extremely relevant and would have been part of my original complaint. The CPOA investigation exonerated, and I'm going to refer to the officer as MH rather than Officer H, for violation of the preliminary investigation requirement to identify witnesses and subjects because of a review of the lapel video confirmed that MH did speak with Danny and a witness who was at the scene, and review of the CAD confirmed the alleged victim wished to remain anonymous and refused the request for contact with the officer. The CPOA acceptance of MH speaking to Danny as identifying him is inconsistent with MH telling the investigator he did not even ask Danny for any identification because he needed positive identification of Danny by the victim to even ask him for Danny's identification. Review of the CAD confirming the victim wanted to remain, review of the CAD does confirm the victim wanted to remain anonymous and did not want to contact the officer as evidence supporting exoneration of MH for not identifying Danny seems illogical and reasoning and worrisome. APD policy does not support the veracity of such a claim in the circumstances of this incident and should have been questioned. MH later makes some claim, and it is accepted by the CPOA when MH replied to a question of why he did not request Danny to give him information. He said it was because he could not request that unless Danny was positively identified as the subject that actually did commit a crime against the alleged victim. As seen below, there was ample justification for MH to request Danny's identification. MH arrived on the scene close to the time and location of a reported crime and finds Danny, the only person sitting at the bus stop. He was the only person who approximated the CAD physical description and was the only person drinking a beer. Consistent with APD's SOPs, based upon objectively verifiable suspicion, MH had reasonable suspicion to conduct a brief detention for the limited purpose of determining Danny's identity and confirming or dispelling suspicions. APD SOP defines reasonable suspicion as an objectively justifiable suspicion that is based on specific facts and circumstances, and that justifies stopping a person thought to be involved in a criminal activity at the time. Stop and frisk is defined in the SOP as a brief detention of an individual who is on foot or in a vehicle that is based on a reasonable suspicion that a violation of law has occurred or is occurring. The dispatch provides MH reasonable suspicion to believe that a crime involving a threat with a gun has occurred or is occurring, and to at least conduct a brief investigative detention for limited purposes of determining the individual's identity and confirming or dispelling an officer's suspicion. A Terry frisk or pat down may be conducted if there's reasonable suspicion to believe that an individual is armed and dangerous. No single factor may be sufficient to establish reasonable suspicion for a stop. The test to be applied is whether all facts under the totality of the circumstances amount to a reasonable suspicion. A protective search is limited to what is necessary to discover weapons that may be used to harm the officer or others nearby and would have been entirely appropriate in this incident. The OBRD clearly shows MH said, "I just saw you drinking a beer, that's all, and you know there's no drinking in public." This admittedly misdemeanor crime, but a crime that is occurring nonetheless, also gives MH the authority to detain and identify Danny. I'm referring to Mr. Schaefer as Danny. MH said that even if he had Danny's identification and queried the real-time crime center and learned his history of crimes, MH stated Danny's prior crimes would not have had any effect on, and there's a pause, and then that was fruit of the poisonous tree anyway. Assessing risk in SOP 219.5.3 says sworn personnel should assess whether someone may be a danger to themselves, the officer, or others by considering the individual's history, which may be known to the department. The fruit of the poisonous tree doesn't apply. MH could have at least asked for identification as a consensual encounter, and more specifically, asked if Danny pointed a handgun at a person. Instead, he chose to treat Danny as a homeless drunk. There was a witness identified in the CAD, described as a heavy male wearing a white shirt, who is not the offender. That witness was never interviewed nor identified, despite him appearing in MH's OBRD videos 4 times as MH walked past him going to and from his police vehicle. This witness was also sitting in a position to observe the bunch of unattended luggage adjacent to the bus stop, but that apparently did not register with the officer. MH's failure to identify or interview this witness is not reported in the CPOA investigation. The third OBRD is missing in action. MH did not review his LBR videos prior to the interview. The CPOA investigator spoke with MH via recorded phone call due to technical difficulties with Zoom. Zoom video buffering difficulties eliminated the preferred interview technique in which MH and the investigator could jointly review the videos. The CPOA investigator summarized the content of the videos. MH told the CPOA investigator that when he approached Danny, he had 4 bags in the general area. The CPOA investigation summary of the video states Denny appeared to be holding 2 bags while he continued to sit on the bench at the bus stop. In my viewing of the video, Danny has 2 bags at his feet and is sitting on a large white 3rd bag. Danny asks if he can pick up his bags, and MH says yes. And when Danny gets up to leave, he's holding all 3 bags, including the one he was sitting on. MH did not report this in his CAD, that he searched Danny and his 4 bags and no gun was found. Instead, he stated, did not have a gun on him or in his bags, was entered into the CAD immediately upon completion of the call and fresh on his mind. The CPOA investigation did not note the differences in the number of bags. MH searched the two of the 4 bags, but he did not ask Danny why he would not let him search the remaining 2 bags. There is no OBRD video of MH's reported third contact with Danny of the entire bag searching event. In the first OBRD video, MH instructed Danny to move along. He also told Danny that he could relax and hang out at Los Altos Park, but could not camp there overnight. Danny gathered what is pretty clear to me 3 bags and stood to walk away. MH told him to have a good day. He's told him that twice. And take care. Contact then ends with MH returning to his vehicle. That is the end of the first of the 2 OBRD videos available. The CPOA investigator told MH a search of Danny's bags was not on the videos. MH stated he did not recall if there were more videos. He had not looked at the videos. He knew there was a point where he turned off his camera and went back to his vehicle. MH stated he thought he reactivated his camera again. He stated there was a pause in there and he was not sure how it happened. It is unfortunate there's no OBRD of the critical portion of the reported search of 2 of 4 bags of Danny's bags, especially given MH's other actions that are inconsistent with a common practice in approaching this priority 1 call. MH stated usually officers would ask the dispatcher to call back and see if the caller did finally want a contact or still did not want contact. But the fact the caller stated they wanted to remain anonymous, didn't want contact, was going to a doctor's appointment, and then he trails off, and then MH says, he said he did not even know if he asked dispatch to make sure the caller did not want further contact. The purpose of the phone number provided in the CAD is never resolved. We don't know whose phone number it is. Priority 1 dispatch involves a subject on a public street threatening a citizen with a black pistol that looked like a 45 or 9mm, but maybe have been a BB gun. A priority 1 dispatch is for any information, life-threatening situation, any immediate life-threatening situation with a great possibility of death or life-threatening injury, or any confrontation between people which could threaten the life or safety of another person where weapons are involved. For priority 1 calls, the ECC dispatcher shall dispatch 2 sworn personnel and an available sergeant to these events. The correctness of APD's response to this priority 1 call was never questioned in the CPO investigation, as apparently only 1 officer was dispatched. I was also told that officers that are dispatched, the 2 officers that are dispatched, are to meet somewhere before they approach the scene to prepare their an approach for safety purposes. The audit I advocate would provide, I'm interested in the audit discussion. The audit that I advocate would provide an enhanced measure of quality assurance to identify strengths, weaknesses, and any needed policy recommendations, and find opportunities for internal organizational and investigative process improvements. One final thought from when I was on the board for the short time I was, this case identifies what I consider an omission of APD and CPOA officer-involved shooting investigations. That omission is that the investigations do not address contemporaneous antecedent events that may be of value in an after-action analysis that doesn't focus on the immediate time surrounding the actual use of force event, but seeks to identify how the shooting may have been avoided. In short, what led up to the incident and were there opportunities to avoid it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. And with that, is there any officer here on this case? If not, then we will give 10 minutes to, I think it's Commander Waits. Is he here?
Chairman French, members of the board, MH or Officer H has decided not to appear tonight. He was advised that it was his opportunity to appear if he'd like to, and he decided not to. I don't have much to add. Just for context for Mr. Larson, I know I've been on these appeals before in front of the board, but my job is to review the findings of investigations like this, determine if they make sense based on the investigation, and to either concur or non-concur with the discipline recommendations. So in this case, I concurred with the recommendations of CPOA, and discipline was issued to MH. So that's all I have, Chair French.
Thank you. Executive Director, Ms. Ewing, do you have?
Chair French, members of the board. I only have a short presentation this evening. I think it is worth noting that this was an investigation in which there were 3 sustained findings, one of which was not part of the original complaint, but something that arose out of the investigation itself. I would remind the board that the standard here is whether or not the appellant has met one of 3 particularized showings. 1, that a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint. 2, that the findings or recommendations made by the agency were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion. Or 3, that the findings or recommendations were not consistent with the record evidence. It sounds like Mr. Larson's concern here this evening is that this may not have been the most perfect investigation imaginable, but those aren't the standards that that are set out for the board to consider in an appeal. I'd also note that when we are conducting an investigation, we aren't looking at every SOP that an officer is supposed to be following at all times. There are hundreds of SOPs that every officer is supposed to be handling at all times. We simply look at what we feel fits best to the actual complaint at hand. And in this instance, I do believe that the investigator chose the correct policies, applied them properly to the evidence, and I do not believe that our findings were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion. Indeed, we even found that there were issues in this case and made several sustained findings. I'd ask that the board find that the findings were appropriate, and that's really all I have to say on this one. Thank you. Chair French, you're muted.
Thank you. Mr. Larson, you do have 5 additional meeting minutes. If you had any additional information, or if you had any remarks pertaining to the statements have been made since you gave your statements, your presentation.
Thank you, Chair French. I think that my explanation in the original appeal and the appendum to the appeal explain the rationale for my complaint, and that they are consistent with the reasons for the complaint. I disagree that this is, I don't remember whether it was the most perfect or whether that this was a great investigation. The officer was sent to the scene to try to find out if there was somebody there with a gun that made a threat against somebody. He went there and treated MH as if he were a drunk and not a person threatening somebody with a gun. He never searched him. He says, "Oh, I looked at him and I know that you could see a bulge somewhere." Well, look at the video that he has and see if you can tell if there's a bulge in the waistband. He also didn't follow any of the other SOPs. I mean, I know there's hundreds of SOPs, but you just have to look at the SOPs and try to determine which ones are appropriate. And I don't think that was done. And I think I try to detail it as much as I could to provide the board as much information as I could. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. And with that, is there a motion to go into closed session for deliberation of CPC 08722?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Member Barella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Wartell. You're muted, sir. Member Wartell. You're muted, sir.
My apologies. Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Is there a motion to come out of the executive session?
So moved.
You have a second?
Second.
Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wortel, Member Wortel.
Every time I come out of one thing and into another, it mutes me. I'm sorry. Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And for the record, the only item discussed during executive session was CPC 087-22. And with that, is there a motion?
I move that we uphold the original findings of the agency.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 10. It is now 6:36. What's the pleasure of the board? Do you need a break now or you'd like to move forward?
I'd like to keep going unless someone needs a break.
Okay, then let's keep going. Let's go item 10. It is appeal on case CPC 065-22.
Chair French, the appellant on that case, Ms. Marianne Garnond, is not in the waiting room and has not been in the waiting room at all this evening. I don't know what the board wishes to do with her appeal with her not here.
The board is going to move on to the next appeal. Well, let's move on to item 11. The appeal for CPC 120.
Excuse me, Chair French, just for information purposes, what happens to this appeal then?
It is my understanding that in previous the appeal that in the past there have been two approaches by the board for appeals where an appellant did not show up, as Ms. Garnon did not today. The first was to simply choose not to hear the appeal and essentially decide that she had forfeited her opportunity, or the other was for the board to hear from the other parties, namely APD and CPOA, and make its decision just on what was heard, and those decisions had a tendency to be to uphold the previous decision since there'd been no one advocating for the appellant's portion.
And was she notified of that if she does not show up, that it forfeits? Is that something?
Do not recall if that is in the letter, but she was notified that she was given notice of the appeal. She was given the invitation to be here tonight. She had confirmed at one point that she intended to be here, and I had not heard anything since saying that she was choosing not to be.
Okay, that's a bit of a concern. We should always, people who are looking for an appeal, they should always get the full disclosure of what that process is, including forfeiture. So that's something, Chairman French, I think we're gonna have to look at in the future, because I don't see where I don't know what happened to her. She could have had every intention. I hope, everything's okay, right? But in the event that there's something that happened that was extenuating circumstances, I don't know, just not knowing.
Under the new ordinance, do we even have the authority to deny even after a no-show?
I I believe the ordinance is silent on that issue. But the hearing is required to be held within a certain amount of time.
Interesting.
And an appellant is informed of their right to ask for a postponement of up to 2 months. And we received no such request.
I feel like we need to do something to dispose of it from our agenda. And given that the applicants said they were going to be here this evening, I feel kind of bad about, totally ignoring them. I think we're in somewhat new territory because of the new ordinance process, but I'm wondering if it would be appropriate to table this appeal to next month and see if we can get in touch with the appellant and kind of figure out if they can attend then.
Well, tabling certainly ought to be within our authority.
I'm not going to opine on that. Ms. Gooch is here and may be more equipped to opine on that. Or Ms. Gooch was here. I don't see her right now.
Chair French, I'm here.
Oh,
I would like to know whether or not there's been any communications from the appellant about technical issues, the way the first appellant tonight indicated there were some issues, and or whether or not it makes sense to reorder your agenda to see if maybe this particular appellant is just untimely this evening. If the next appellant 12822 is here, I think it sets dangerous precedent to table and give second opportunities unless the board is inclined to do that across the board, no matter what, for all appellants moving forward. But there could be extenuating circumstances that we are unaware of this evening that may warrant some kind of opportunity for the board to give it.
Would you please explain this dangerous precedent?
I am looking at my email now. I do not see anything in my email, and I'm double checking and making sure there's not anything in the CPOA email.
What did you say, Member Wortel?
I ask if Lawyer Gooch would please explain why she sees this as a dangerous precedent.
It could create a slippery slope where anyone that says they missed their deadline, that just didn't want to show up or couldn't show up, would put a burden on the agency and the board each month, can perpetually, to be treated fairly and equally like the other appellants. And it could mean that you have cases that just always take up time and prep for the board members, but never actually get heard. And in fairness to the other parties to the appeal, it takes time from APD and the CPOA and officers. I'm not sure if the officer for this matter is here tonight or not, or what other details are associated with this particular appeal, but that would all matter and could create additional concerns for the other parties that are here tonight.
And there has been no contact to anyone that she's been in touch with that I see reporting any form of technical issues.
So Council,
go ahead, Member Nixon. Go ahead.
If I'm understanding you correctly, the 2-month postponement is in place already, right?
The right to request a 2-month postponement is in place, but that has to be requested before the hearing that is to be postponed.
Understood, but there is a postponement process in place, and I'm assuming
yes, there is a process in place of which she could have availed herself.
Okay, so it goes back to my original point, is that if forfeiture is on the table, like a person Gooch is saying, it's a slippery slope, I still question whether or not that was disclosed to the appellant. And if not, Jesse, maybe that's something that we may need to look at in this policy to say that disclosure is almost necessary to close that loop, if you will, Council Gooch.
It's in the letter. It does mention it in the letter that was sent.
It does mention it's a forfeiture in the letter? Okay.
It mentions 2 months in the letter, yeah.
Yeah, the 2 months is there, but what I'm talking about, Rashad, is the forfeiture. In the event that you don't show up or you don't communicate.
Yeah, that may not be.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know that we tell the appellant what happens if they don't attend, because I'm honestly not sure if we know what happens if they don't attend, just because this process is kind of new.
Yeah.
But we can set up the process, can't we?
Yes, we can,
I
Mike.
wonder, and I might be interested in Tina's opinion on this, if there's a reasonable way for us to basically say that if, you know, if the applicant doesn't attend the meeting, then we're going to presumptively, you know, just keep the original findings in the case. But if there were some sort of extenuating circumstances that prevented the applicant attending, then we would consider hearing the appeal next month. I don't know if there's like a reasonable way for us to say that.
Well, to
May I
Mike's
make
point,
one?
why not? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
May I make one additional note? The third paragraph in the notice letter does say, if you are unable to appear or do not wish to pursue your appeal, please notify this office in writing as soon as you have made this determination. Please contact us if you have any questions or need any further assistance. So there just so that the board is fully informed of what they've been told about remaining in contact with our office.
Right. It's still
also,
short.
Of course.
There's also a provision in there that says that if you don't show up, the board may act on the appeal without any further input from the complainant. So it does mention that if you don't show up, we can do something. So it doesn't say what. So.
And I think to Member Nixon's point, it doesn't state that non-attendance will result in forfeiture. And so therefore, we should probably feel bound to go ahead and follow through with the appeal, whatever the findings are, they are, and we go based on what we have in front of us.
Yeah, I think that's probably reasonable. And I think, honestly, I would like to maybe revise that letter in the future just to be, I guess we need to decide what we're going to do and then make it consistent. And we should put in the letter exactly what it is we're going to do.
Good point. Good point, Jason.
Yeah, we should probably, take it offline to figure out what we want to do with the letter. I kind of like the way it's written right now because it says we may act on the appeal without any further input, which that kind of leaves it open for us to do whatever we want and not. I don't know if we want to get too specific, but I don't know if we need to talk about it right now. We probably just need to decide what we want to do tonight because the letter that section C says that we can do, basically gives us the opportunity to do what we want. So we should probably decide if we're going to hear it, wait to the end, hear it, or what have you.
I move that we move on to the next case and then we come back to this one.
Second.
Sorry, we all received the email from the agency from her stating she would be here. So let's just move on. And hopefully she gets on.
You've got a motion on the floor, Chair.
What was that motion?
To move that we skip this one and go to the next case and then come back to this one after that. And Member Jackson had seconded that. Correct me if I'm wrong, Greg. Sorry, I don't want to speak for you.
Absolutely correct, sir.
I thought Greg made the motion, but that's all right.
Eric and I voices are very similar.
Just by way of, I guess, discussion, or I'll propose a friendly amendment. Do we want to move it maybe to the end of the agenda for today?
Is that Member Nixon, do you accept that friendly
Yeah,
amendment?
let me withdraw my motion because I think that's fine with me. I'll withdraw my motion. So Jesse, if you want to create that motion, please.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I just move that we here, this is what, item 9, just move it to the end of the agenda for now. Maybe we'll move it back up if the applicant joins the meeting, but.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Member Varela, will you call the roll? Excuse me. Miss Varela, will you call the roll?
Thank you. Ms. Crawford, Mr. Crawford, sorry, Chair, Member Crawford.
Something like that, yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Jackson?
Yes.
Member Luce?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Rayner?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Wortel?
Yes.
And that motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And let's move on to item 11. And that's the appeal of CPC 128-22. Is the appellant here?
Mr. Estrada is here and has been let into the room.
Mr. Estrada?
Can you hear me? Yes.
Okay, Mr. Estrada, let me just say that, let me inform you of how we're going to proceed with your appeal. All right?
Okay. Yes, I just want to make sure you hear me because this is my first time ever doing a real Zoom.
Do you have video? Because we can see audio, but that's all we can get.
I can see you, but I am not Bill Gates here with the technical stuff. So I'm kind of between a rock and a hard place. I just don't know.
That's fine.
Okay.
You don't have video. So let me just tell you how we're going to proceed. We're going to allow you 15 minutes for your presentation. When you get down to 1 minute, you will hear a bell. Ms. Borelli is our timekeeper. All right. And then we'll allow time for APD and for the agency to do a presentation. And after that, we will allow you 5 more minutes for any type of rebuttal. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So your 15 minutes starts now. So proceed.
Okay. I'm not sure if you're already aware of the facts of this, or should I just start from the whole beginning?
Either way you want to, it's your 15 minutes.
Oh, well, I just don't know if you guys know. So May 18th, 2022, I was a tow truck driver. I was held against my will at CT Towing. For about over 45 minutes, I sustained heat stroke because of the heat time in the vehicle. The CT Towing representative, who happens to be the owner, he made sure to advise 911. I have him blocked in. He cannot leave because he allegedly did damage to some other vehicles. This is a civil dispute and no damage was ever done. And he could not prove any damage was done, but he held me against my will. And I would like to believe that if any of you were held against your will for well over 45 minutes and we could not leave at all, I would believe that that would be false imprisonment on the statute of 30-4-1, also known as kidnapping. At which point, Albuquerque police finally showed up. They went ahead and conferred with CT Towing, saying, yes, we held him against his will. We kept him here until you got here. And at which point they advised him that I did a bunch of damage to the vehicles on towing a vehicle out. And that never occurred. That was also proven in the video cams that this was not any substance to the allegations. I was then given medical treatment because of the heat stroke from being held out there in the heat in my tow truck. And I was already towing a vehicle that was paid for, and I was trying to exit the yard as per normal circumstances. Albuquerque police showed up and they spoke with the owner of CT Towing. Then they came out and spoke with me. In the body cam videos, the officers mocked me, and also they went ahead and let the vehicle that I was towing, that was secured to the back of my vehicle, my truck, that was already paid for. They let the CT towing company remove it from my vehicle. And that constitutes unlawful taking of a motor vehicle. That it would be the same aspect of a U-Haul trailer being attached to somebody's vehicle and somebody steals the U-Haul trailer. That is the same identical premise. Now, at which point I spoke with the lieutenant on scene, which I requested, the sergeant on scene, which I requested, and I advised them that I was held against my will. I wanted to file charges because kidnapping and false imprisonment is classified as a violent felony because you're holding somebody against their will. The calling party, which was CT Towing, they admitted to it wholeheartedly, and those charges were never brought forth at all. During my time being treated in the ambulance, Albuquerque police let CT Towing remove without permission this vehicle that was secured to the back of my tow truck and take it back to the back of the yard. I spoke with the lieutenant. I told her that this was unacceptable. This is against the law. She had no idea of the statute or what to do. I showed her the receipt, and at which point she went over there and made him bring the vehicle back. And again, during the body cam videos, the lieutenant asked all the officers, did anybody give permission for this vehicle to be removed? The field training officer named Jacob Stubant, he did not fess up and say, yeah, I gave him the permission, when in fact, on video, he's telling them, do whatever you want with the vehicle. It's a civil dispute. They repeatedly kept saying this is a civil dispute. So if it was a civil dispute, that should have been sidebarred, and the felonies should have been addressed. And they were not. To this day, they were not. And the crime that was committed against me should have been protocol written up and then submitted to the Criminal Investigation Division and let them decide if there was a crime or not. But you have the reporting party calling 911, as well as me calling 911, stating I'm being held against my will and no charges. I can't imagine anybody having a family member being held against their will and being just sidewashed and not having any kind of consequences. The video cams are well documented, showing that there was no investigation done at all concerning the initial call of damage to property. And the proof was sitting right there on their body cam. They're staring at the vehicle that allegedly did all this damage, and there's not a scratch on there. And it's a Kia Forte. I mean, this thing is like paper on wheels, but never did anybody do the investigation. Nobody talked to any witnesses at all. Nobody took the initiative and said, hey, let's get a full investigation. Let's get pictures and let's interview Joseph Estrada, which is me, and nothing like that transpired. I believe that the Lieutenant Diap and Sergeant Gallegos, who signed off on these reports, that these officers who are being sanctioned for, they're not being held accountable. They had to sign off on these. And the reports are conflicting, and it is also documented by Antonia Coca, who's this civilian oversight investigator. There is multiple drops of this investigation. Nothing makes sense. But the one thing that they do say is, oh, there is no crime here. So if I yelled that I was raped or some violent crime, they can make the decision, oh, well, there's no crime here. No, that is not right. Especially when you have a confession from the person who's calling the police on no foundation charges. And that's the whole crux of it. They focused on no criminal damage and just, okay, we're done here. I believe that the lieutenant, the sergeant, and the other officers need to be held accountable for this. I've given investigator Coca multiple information all the way, and he did say that some of these people were being held accountable, but the field training officer who led this whole entire incident, Jacob Stubont, he was primary officer. He never even wrote a supplement. And I demanded his badge number and his name because he was the center focal point of this. And this lieutenant and sergeant both knew that, and he never wrote a supplement to this. But they are hanging the officer who's a rookie officer on 8 hours off suspension when it should be really the field training officer, because he's training him. He is the one who's doing 90% of the investigation or lack of. So I am asking that this whole case be reviewed, and it's a blatant felony crimes were committed against me, and they just wash their hands of it. And I don't understand why. And the lieutenant knew something was wrong, and that's why she made CT Towing bring back the vehicle, and so I could take it. When the other officers who would not acknowledge to her when she asked, hey, they told them, oh, this is a civil dispute. You can do whatever you want, which is a violation of the officers' conduct codes. Not being able to take property from somebody unless it's has a court order, which it does not. I produced all the proper paperwork. I paid for the vehicle. It was for a lien holder, and I had complete control of this. And I was just totally disemboweled for my rights. And this whole incident, I believe, needs to be reinvestigated. And lieutenant and sergeant need to be interviewed for their actions, because they were on scene and they all signed off. The reports, even in investigators Coca's synopsis, these reports contradict themselves. They make no sense. And this is on something that is a felony, 2 felonies. And the report, I'm a former police officer. That's why I did such a thorough investigation myself, is this is totally out of realm and should have been turned over to this criminal investigation division once they knew that a violent crime had been committed. And the ball was dropped in many shapes and forms. Coincidentally, this same identical situation by Mac Towing and CT Towing, who are his brother and sister company next door to each other, and have the same owner and is a vendor to APD for their DWI and all their on-call. Mac Towing and CT Towing did the same exact thing in 2014 to our company again, holding our driver against his will. And at the time, they didn't have such a panel like you have now. And I took it to the Civilian Review Board and explained to them the same thing, what they did by the same people holding our guy. And then they let the vehicle, our vehicle back then, leave. And then they had APD pull him over and impound our truck. And Mac Towing went and impounded it. Well, they admitted, yes, we called APD a specific person. He was up the street. He came and did this. Now, it can't be coincidental that the same thing happened.
Is that Chair Friend?
The same thing happened now, and by the same people, almost identical. So that's why I believe that there was some kind of collusion or some kind of giving them the pass because they are a vendor of APDs to do towing. I'm a repossession guy. All I do is just pick up vehicles for the banks. We are not competitors, nothing like that. Why this guy does this, I don't know. Why APD continues to use him as a vendor, I have no idea. That's all I have to say for right now. Thank you for listening, and I'm sorry. This was my first time.
Thank you, Mr. Estrada. And with that, the officer here? If not,
Chair French and Chair French and members of the board, neither of the officers are here for this hearing. Again, I reviewed the findings of the CPOA investigation that was completed. I concurred with the finding of violation of 115A1 for, trying to look at my notes, for Officer Stuyvesant, which was a respect, courtesy, and professionalism charge. He was sustained on that. He was issued discipline. And then for Officer Munoz, the same thing. He was sustained by the board for essentially a reporting failure to accurately and thoroughly report information. And he was sustained on that. I will note for the board that Officer Munoz's discipline was the reason that seemed high compared to what Officer Stuyvesant received, because Officer Munoz has been subject of many different low-level disciplines and progressive discipline attached to this specific case because of that. So again, I concurred with the investigation of the CPOA investigator, and that's all I have.
thank you. Director Ewing?
Thank you, Chair French, members of the board. In this case, I do believe that the appropriate officers were held responsible. The officer who was charged with the failure to report and properly investigate was the officer properly for whom that was their responsibility. The officer who was held responsible for their disrespectful behavior of Mr. Estrada, that was his responsibility, not the sergeant's, not the lieutenant's. When superior officers sign off on paperwork during the approval process, that doesn't mean they're going back through every report and saying, yes, I have taken the opportunity to second guess everything my officer has done, And I am endorsing the choices. What they are doing is making sure that the forms have been followed and that they have basically completed the report properly. They're not signing off on saying, yes, this is the charging decision. No, you need to, that's not the purpose there. Which is why we didn't feel it appropriate to cite either the sergeant or the lieutenant for any failures in the investigation. I cannot say that I blame Mr. Estrada for his frustration with the situation in my life as a public defender. I certainly saw clients charged for false imprisonment and charged for possession or receiving a stolen motor vehicle for lesser facts than this. However, neither CPOA nor the board has the ability to force any charges to be filed. Neither CPOA nor the board has the ability to require reports to be changed. All CPOA is allowed to do is review a situation and determine whether SOPs were followed. All the board has the ability to do is listen to the case and decide whether a policy was misapplied in the evaluation of the complaint, if the findings and recommendations were arbitrary, capricious, or constituted an abuse of discretion, or that the findings and recommendations are not consistent with the record evidence. I do believe that the findings here are appropriate. I do believe that the investigation here was appropriate. We can empathize with Mr. Estrada's situation. It must have been terrifying, but that doesn't mean that the powers either the agency or the board are given are going to be able to give him the result he wants. Again, the sergeant and lieutenant aren't the appropriate places where the sustained allegations lie. The officer who was held responsible for the investigation was the one who was responsible for the investigation. I stand by our agency's findings and I ask that you do the same. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ewing. Mr. Estrada, would you like any time for rebuttal?
Yes, ma'am. I respectfully disagree with the ma'am had spoke about. Now, a P2C is the one who wrote this report with the guidance of his field training officer who oversees that. Not to mention that the lieutenant and sergeant were on scene and body cam will show they were very instrumental in this. And I made it very clear to the lieutenant on video that I was going to take this all the way to the top because I had been a victim here and I am just being washed aside. Now, the sergeant and lieutenant both were there. They know what was going on. They spoke about this. They conferred with all of them on this. And for anybody to stand by that, that's just as much a conspiracy as anything else. They should have at least read the report. They're only 2 pages, 3-page report. And you can see the inconsistencies. I mean, blatant ones from the reporting parties. And for a P2C, who's probably been less than a year or two on the department, to can say that there is not enough evidence for false imprisonment, kidnapping, and auto theft, that's just bizarre. That is bizarre, because if it happened to any one of you, believe me, you would have been up in arms just as much as me. And I don't understand how the rank and file are not only at fault, but what about their superiors? who were on scene. They're just as much at fault, if not more. If the lieutenant did not know what was going on, then why did she get involved in this civil dispute after those officers stood by and watched them take a vehicle, dismantle it, and take it to the back of the yard? Not to mention the sergeant on this alleged civil dispute tried to hand me back a check from CT Towing, to hand it back to me saying, here, they told me to give you this. It's the check back. Why would he do that? Why would he even, if it's a civil dispute and on their policies and procedures, they do not get involved in it. But here he is trying to give it back to me. To me, that says he's trying to turn it into a civil dispute because his officers removed that vehicle without permission. And I called him on the carpet on that. And I said, no, you cannot do that. The lieutenant did not know the statutes. My suggestion is you get the book, state statute book, which is revised every year and updated, and read it. But that being said, the sergeant cannot just say, oh, I just sign off on them. No, you're supposed to be reading these. You were there, you were firsthand. And I can't believe that this is just going to be washed aside. And no, it's not too late to turn it over to CID and have it a criminal investigation done. I'm not asking for the report to be redone. I'm asking for a criminal investigation to be done and let the DA's office decide, hey, when you have a perpetrator who's given you a full-blown confession, how do you just wash away that? Does it have to be a violent? Go ahead.
Mr. Estrada, I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I'm on the board. What is it that you are expecting the board to do? I'm trying to understand exactly what it is that you're looking for from us.
I would like to have a re-evaluation of this investigation redone, and I would like to see what the lieutenant has to say, because she was instrumental in this, and I would like to see that a recommendation be made that this goes to CID, because I was a victim of crime. I did sustain injury. I mean, that's what I'm asking. That is what I'm asking. People need to be held accountable, and not just because that's why this board was made, to hold people accountable. At least that was my understanding. And this is just a blatant drop of the ball. And for APD to stand by and say, oh, well, we stand by this, that is not right. It must have happened to one of you or your family for them to say, oh, well, no, it isn't right. So that's what I'm asking.
Thank you.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
there anything else?
No, ma'am. I just respectfully ask that this be reviewed and let the appropriate investigation be done, and let the witnesses who were never interviewed, no witnesses, and there was plenty of them on video cam, let them be interviewed. Let this go to the DA's office.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, is there a motion for us to go into executive session to discuss this case?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Ms. Varela, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
That motion passed unanimously.
All right, is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon. Did Member Nixon return from the? Session? Okay, thank you. Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
And for the record, the only the only item discussed in closed session was CPC 128-22. And with that, is there a motion?
Yeah, I would like to move that the board change the findings of the agency in 128-22 for a sustained finding of a violation of SOP 2-60-4 by Sergeant G.
And I'll second that. Is there any discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to just elaborate a little bit on our decision-making there. A major component of Mr. Estrada's complaint was APD's failure to follow up on Mr. Estrada's claim of false imprisonment by the tow lot, specifically for closing the gate, potentially closing the gate and locking him in for an extended period of time. The agency had previously produced a sustained finding against one of the officers on scene who had, I believe, written the report over that. The board, or at least I feel, I'll say at this point, that there was a failure on the part of the supervisor as well. And I'd like to point specifically to 2-60-4B6, which states that it's the responsibility of the investigating officer's immediate supervisor to ensure that a proper and thorough investigation is completed. The evidence in the investigation report shows that Sergeant G was aware of the allegation of false imprisonment, knew that it was at least a possibility that Mr. Estrada had been locked into the tow lot, but it doesn't show Sergeant G having taken any further action to look into that or directing the officers that were under Sergeant G's supervision on the scene to do so. It's possibly an exacerbating factor there that there seems to have been some confusion over who was responsible for the scene between Sergeant G and Lieutenant D, I think, which may have contributed to the lack of follow-up there. And so in consideration of the appeal, I feel that in terms of the wording that we have in our P&P for consideration of appeals, the APD policy or APD policies that were considered were the wrong policies or they were used in the wrong way, since it does not appear that the agency considered SOP 2-60 in the evaluation of Sergeant G's actions.
Is there any other discussion? All right. If not, Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Director Ewing, has our other appellant, is she in the waiting room?
No, ma'am, there's nobody in the waiting room at this point.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure so I could let Deputy Commander Waits know that our third appellant has not come to our meeting. So just be sure. With that, I know all of you have been on long breaks, but the board hasn't had a break. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. It's 8:16. Let's be back here by 8:30. All right.
That's 14 minutes. I wish you'd get the arithmetic right.
I know it's 14 minutes and I didn't expect for you to call me out on it. I just wanted to take a break and get going. Thank you. And let's move on to, I believe we're on item 12. And that is item 12A, consideration of PPRB policies with no recommendations. Member Crawford?
Yeah, we can take a look at the policies. Policy and Procedures Committee met last week, and if I can find the right button, we will take a look at the subcommittee's report. So there were two sets of policies that had passed the PPRB. The November 10th PPRB meeting considered a fairly long list of policies for both of these months: aviation division, damage to civilian property, victim and witness assistance, informant certificates for evaluation, undercover high-risk vehicle containment procedures, and violence intervention program call-in. It's a lot of policies, but there are actually fairly few substantive changes to be found in any of those policies. The Policy and Procedures Subcommittee did not recommend any recommendations to APD on these policies. The PPRB also met November 28th, and at that meeting, it approved changes to SHIELD unit, cold case unit, department personnel wellness program, honor guard team, uniforms, contacts with individuals with hearing, speech, and or vision impairments or disabilities, and meal breaks. Once again, fairly long list of policies. There were not very many substantial changes. It was mostly just general revisions to the language in all of those policies. Once again, the subcommittee did not recommend any recommendations on these policies. So with all that said, I would like to move that the board communicate to APD that the board does not have any recommendations on those policies that were approved by the PPRB meetings on November 10th and November 28th.
I'll second that. Is there any discussion? All right. Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Jackson?
Yes.
Member Luce?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Thank you. Member Rayner? That's a yes
Yes.
from Rayner. Member
Yes.
Wartell?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Let's move on to 12B, APD policy recommendation draft letter. Member Crawford again?
Yeah, give me just a moment to see if I can find that. Okay, I believe this was carried over from our last meeting, and I wasn't at that meeting, so I get to tell you about it real quick now. Let me get that shared. That's interesting. I've lost my ability to share one window. Well, you'll get to look at the whole screen. So this policy recommendation, try to make it a little easier to read because I have a big monitor right now. This is related to the two policies that govern language access. So that's, situations with people who don't speak English proficiently. I had discussed, I think at a previous board meeting, some of the kind of frustrations that the Policies and Procedures Subcommittee had with this policy. The big one is that there's material in this, well, there's two big ones. One is that there's material in these policies that relates to the use of non-professional interpreters. So like friends, family members, bystanders. There's also material that relates to interpreters other than APD's interpretation service. So that would apply like if someone hired an interpreter themselves. We found that in the subcommittee, we found that those policies were just difficult to understand. There was a lot of confusion about which policies were supposed to apply to which situation. Some parts of the policy appeared to conflict with other parts of the policy. So the first part of this letter basically just points out one of those contradictions, as well as the confusion around professional versus non-professional interpreters. and recommends that APD clarify those issues in that policy. The second major component of this recommendation is about covered languages and safe harbor languages. So safe harbor languages are defined by the portion of the city's population that speaks them. That's English, Spanish, Chinese. Right now, I think is it. I don't think Filipino meets the safe harbor bar. The policy lists those in an appendix, but there's also this section of the policy 366E that lists a different set of languages. And we found that section very confusing. And we also found it confusing which list of languages was supposed to be the one that APD was providing language services in. So this section of the letter kind of explains that issue and recommends that APD either eliminate or reword 366E so that it's more clear whether or not it means anything. And that is basically the contents of this letter. Are there any questions about that? I would like to move that the board send this letter to the chief of police and other stakeholders via agency staff.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion? If not, Ms. Perrella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon. That's a yes from Nixon.
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to C, IMR 16 court hearing update. Ms. Gooch, Councilor Gooch.
Thank you, Chair French and board members. I provided a summary of the hearing for you all, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any. And that is the update from the hearing earlier this week. Thank you.
Did anyone have any questions? Ms. Gooch did send us a very good review, I thought it was, of the hearing. Were there any questions? All right, then thank you, Councilor Gooch. And we'll move on to item D, hard copy of the SOP. Member Rayner.
Thank you. We received that letter, and I have some questions and some comments. I just want to understand how this letter came about and just what recourse we have. So I've kind of written them down based off of what was said in the letter. And so I think one of the questions was already asked by Chair French, which is, I think, something that I wasn't aware of. So Mr. Pacheco, your role in attending these meetings is as the legal representation of APD. That's right? I just want to make sure I got this right.
That is correct.
Okay. And so you wrote this letter in, so if either you or Director Ewing, I'm trying to understand, because I made this request and then it sounds like there was a meeting that was held. Is that right? A meeting was held to discuss the request for written SOPs or printed SOPs?
No, sir. The meeting that I make mention of in the letter is the board meeting, CPOAB meeting.
Okay. And so in the letter, you talk about resources being required, and so I'm trying to understand what resources that you're referring to.
Not only does it take, it would take approximately 10,000 pages of paper to actually produce a set for everybody on the board, but it also requires the resources of staffing to print and produce that and to keep it updated. And so it's not a reasonable use of our resources.
Okay, so I think the request was not well understood. It wasn't for every board member. It was for one board member, myself. And when I talked to Director Ewing about it, I specifically said I didn't want updates printed. I just wanted one copy of whatever is the current SOP. And so with that in mind, is it still, in your opinion, infeasible?
That is correct. It wouldn't change anything because, I mean, essentially, it creates a situation. Okay, so member Rayner, you request a set, then another member requests a set, and I end up producing another set. But the set that you have will quickly become outdated. And so you'll be relying on an outdated set of SOPs
And well, the request wasn't for you to remove my access from Power DMS. It was just to have a baseline, right? So let me give you some background about me. I've done requirements management for 20 years for the federal government. I have produced requirements. I have modified requirements. I have archived requirements. I have tested requirements. I have validated requirements. I've written a paper for the International Organization on System Engineering that was accepted and I presented on in terms of how to validate requirements. And so I consider myself to have, a couple of decades of experience in this exact field. And so I find I'm a little bit disappointed in that the request was made, but then it was never like, there was no negotiations, there was no discussion, there was no email trying to help understand where I was coming from. And so there seems to be some assumptions on your part about what it is that I plan to do with this written set of requirements. And so the part that bothers me about this is I have in my job printed out jobs this large or larger. So it's about 20 minutes on a printer. You hit print and it's 20 minutes. If you were to buy the paper at Target, I checked this before I came here, it turns out it's about a penny a page. And I'm sure APD, the city gets it for much cheaper than that. So I'm trying to understand how it is that a multi-million-dollar department can't afford 20 minutes of not even someone's time, 20 minutes on the printer for what I can get at retail for $7. Can you help me understand that?
Well, sir, as I indicated in my letter, our position still remains that we've provided the SOPs through Power DMS. We believe that Power DMS is the sufficient way to provide the SOPs. That's how we provide it for pretty much all personnel at APD, and so we're just not going to change.
So did you talk to anyone at APD to see what it would take? Like what research did you do to see what it would take? Or is this just you're making an executive decision without actually looking into the details of what it would take to get this printed out?
I did have internal discussions as far as whether we were going to do it, but I'm not going to get into the details of that. We're not going to produce them. You have them.
So I should consider. So even though the cost of what you laid out doesn't preclude you from doing this, you've just decided that it's not going to happen, and you don't feel like sharing the details with why. Is that what you're saying?
I'm under no obligation, and internal discussions to APD are attorney-client privileged as well.
Okay, so could you supply to the agency the full set of requirements in software versions? So the PDF version, like all those files, could you supply those to the agency?
You have them by Power DMS.
No, I'm asking for like the full set to be pulled out of Power DMS and then sent over to the agency. So then it's not a matter of printing or anything like that.
We're not going to do it, sir.
Okay.
Excuse me, may I jump in here for a second? I consider this a measure of your disrespect for the board and the time that our volunteers have put in and the importance of this board's work. We're asking a simple question here, and we're asking for a simple response.
Well, I mean no disrespect by it. We've fulfilled our obligation by providing it through Power DMS. And you're certainly free to print it out or convert it to PDF on your own if you'd like to.
Let me
Nothing precludes
jump
that.
in here too. Let me jump in here too. Rashawn, I thought your request was made of the agency, not of APD.
It was to the agency. I'm not sure how APD got involved, but
Exactly.
it was to the agency.
If I may.
Wait. Excuse me, Ms. Ewing, I wasn't finished. Okay, so if your request was made of the agency, Carlos, are you telling me that there's not a jump drive or something that you couldn't put this on a jump drive or something and give it to the agency? Is that what you're saying?
We've provided it.
Okay, so let me ask you this. So the CASA says that the APD will provide the board with materials that it's necessary to do a review. I don't see where this is not an IPA request. So I don't see in the CASA where it says you're able to decide on the format. If a board member says that this is the way he reviews it and he wants it in a hard copy, does the CASA give you that authority to say you decide what format you're going to give it to us in?
The flip side of that, ma'am, is that it doesn't give you the ability to choose what format you get it in either. The Power DMS is the format that it's given in for everybody. It's the standardized format for APD.
And so,
but go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask those questions. Go ahead, Member Rashad.
oh,
Rainer?
sorry, Ms. Ewing, you had wanted to say something.
Yes, you were next.
Yes. When the issue was raised at the October meeting, it expanded from this being Member Rayner's particular request to a number of members of the board saying, oh yes, I would like that. We'd like you to look into it. And in the course of the discussion, it was mentioned that the question should be taken to APD as the policy owner, which is how this question went to APD. And then when I made the request of APD, which was a request I'd already been in the process making for on the individual basis for Member Rayner before the October meeting when the request was expanded, I got the response back that we're sorry, that won't be logistically feasible. I brought that answer back to the November 10th meeting. I was told that that answer meant nothing, that logistically feasible was not a real answer, and I was told to get an explanation. That is how I got to the point of asking for a written response explaining why it is not feasible to the board, which is where Mr. Pacheco's opinion came from, just to be clear about how this developed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I guess what saddens me, Mr. Pacheco, is like, I'd like to, the board and the agency could be like a really nice way for APD to show that they are working with the community. And, you know, I've been on this board for a number of months now. I'm on the procedures and the policy and procedures subcommittee. And I didn't ask for this request immediately on day one. It was after I started having to look at these policies as they're going through. And so I would love to be able to tell the folks that I'm on this board and I'm working with APD and they're working with me and they're really trying to help, bend over backwards to help us, because there's nothing precluding you from helping us. You just don't, it sounds like you just don't want to. And that's the part that's really bothersome to me, is this is not a big ask. This could be a win that would help me tremendously. I look at these policies on a 13-inch screen on a tablet. I don't have a 24-inch monitor. I don't have 2 monitors. It's extremely, I don't have a glare monitor. I don't have anything. And so for you to just to say that it's logistically infeasible without actually wanting to get into the details of what that means just seems like stonewalling. And since I've been on this board, we have had very little progress on redaction of reports, right? We've asked for those to be unredacted over a year. That hasn't happened. I just keep seeing all these different areas where whenever we have a request, it is denied or stonewalled or slow rolled to the point where I personally feel like we are not working to make the board an efficient partner, an effective partner with APD. And this is such a small request compared to what it would take. I mean, I just don't understand it. I wish I could understand it, but I looked through the IMR, and one of the things that they said was, for us to be working together, and I don't feel that that's happening. I would love for you to sit with me while I go through these policies on this tablet and see what I go through. I'm telling you that I'm trying to take some of the best practices that I personally have been using in my job and apply them here so you can get a better product out of this. And you're saying you don't want it. And I just don't understand why you would be so unwilling to work with me or the board or what have you, because I can tell you, when I'm looking at these reports that are redacted, it's by hand. So APD prints out these reports, they mark them out with whiteout, then they scan them in, then they send them to us. So how is that logistically feasible, but this isn't? You know what I mean? Like that's, if anything, that's the thing that I would think that you would want to work with us on, so that you didn't have to send the APD employees that have to do that type of work. It just seems like we're picking and choosing. One thing is logistically feasible, the other isn't, and there's no negotiation, there's no conversation, there's not even any insight, because I know for a fact it is not logistically infeasible. You hit print, 20 minutes later, you have your documentation. Updates.
Mr. Rayner, if I can respond to one point, the redactions is an entirely separate issue. It's apples and oranges, and so I don't think it's exactly fair to compare the two. Redactions are a legal obligation that we're required to do. It's not something that we're choosing to do. You have to look at the CBA, and you have to look at other requirements that are imposed on us. It would make our lives substantially easier to not have to deal with those things. So you're talking apples and oranges between the two. And so I don't think that that's a fair comparison.
I guess, peace. If I'll agree with you, it's apple and oranges. But I will have to say, though, almost all requests that the board has made of APD don't seem to go anywhere. And it would be nice to have at least something that says, yes, we can do this, because you could do it right now. And it would be nice if you could actually say, here's the actual reason why. And I think we both know that I'll leave it at that.
Member Rayner, can I ask you a question, Member Rayner? So from a hardware perspective, what would you need hardware wise, as far as, because I know you do this for the government, so I think we probably work very similar. What would you need hardware wise in order to make this much more feasible than just having a 13-inch tablet to look at something?
If I had my setup that I have at work, it'd be two 24-inch monitors, and I could use a laptop that docked into that.
Okay.
That would be what I would want.
Okay.
If I was to do it electronically.
Gotcha. So Chairman French, given that there is a budget for hardware, there is, that hardware that Member Rayner is describing, it is probably accessible. Would we be able to go around the other way and get hardware that Member Rayner deems necessary to do this? Correct me if I'm wrong, board members, and you guys can chime in, but as being a board member, I don't think that there was ever a requirement that you had to have a computer and that you were going to be doing all the work on a 13-inch monitor, a 13-inch tablet, if I'm mistaken, because I sure as heck don't work.
I don't think that's in the job description. You're right.
Okay. So with that said, Chairman French, I would suggest that we have a request for hardware accommodation in order to aid Member Rayner in what he's talking about, because I'm surprised he's lasted this long working on a 13-inch tablet, especially with the SOPs and the things that he's doing for us and for the city, and of course for the community, keeping it safe. So would that be possible that we could do that and look into getting the hardware that he needs? Well, Member Rayner, I don't want to speak for you, but would that would you
That
would that
actually,
suffice, sir?
that wouldn't. I'm sitting at my kitchen table. I don't need two 24-inch monitors on my kitchen table.
Understand.
I don't have
Okay.
a home office.
Okay.
I didn't come about this request lightly, and so I'm really frustrated because I'm trying my best to figure out a way to do this effectively and efficiently, and bring the knowledge that I have to this board and to APD to really help like you said, to help the community and the city. And I'm fit to be tied because I just don't even know what else to do at this point. Like if this request can't be honored, if we can't get it electronically over to the agency, if I can't get it in hardware or in hard copy form, I honestly don't know how I can continue doing this particular job as far as requirements, or excuse me, document review. It's just unless somebody's paying for my LASIK at some point, I just don't know. I'll have to think of other alternatives because this is not a long-term solution at all for me.
Understood.
So
one more.
Sorry, go ahead. Remember,
I was going to say one more issue. You use the expression apples and oranges. It is not apples and oranges when we look at the trouble that we've had getting data, both from the agency and the police department. And without Member Nixon's help in doing that, we wouldn't be as far as we are, and we're not where we need to be.
No, I'm not minimizing that, Member Wortel. You're certainly correct that you've had difficulties getting data. But it is an apples and oranges comparison when you talk about the reasons why or something like that, to lump them the two together in that way, because one is for other reasons that I've cited as practical reasons, and the other is that we have legal obligations to redact things, and so it is an apples and oranges comparison between.
I didn't take issue with your apples and oranges there.
Okay.
I'm giving you another example.
Okay.
Not the data that Member Rashad, Member Rayner is indicating, but the months of trying to get data in a usable form from the Albuquerque Police Department, and, to be fair, from the agency.
Well, and Member Wortel, I would submit to you that that's an example of APD actually working with the board. I mean, it did take time, but I'm happy to say that APD has made some strides in producing those things, and it was because of some cooperation. And so
I think that's a mischaracterization. The board was told multiple times that it was not possible to restructure. Correct me if I'm wrong, Member Nixon, but we were told multiple times that the data could not be restructured, and we had to get it that way. And it wasn't until Member Nixon was given a name that he found out that it was in fact possible, but nobody had actually made the request. And what I'm worried about is this is something similar to that. You said that you gave us practical reasons, but you just said that you refused to give us the actual reasons because of internal communication. And I just feel like it doesn't ring true to me. It just feels like this is another example of stonewalling. I don't know how else to say it, because I cannot believe that something that Kinko's does every day all across the country, the printers, commercial printers are all over the place. This is not a huge ask. And I just...
Well, let me say here, Carlos, Mr. Pacheco, let me get this straight. So we're saying we're not going to ask APD. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying we're going to ask the agency. So are you telling me that you will not provide the agency with a jump drive or electronic copy?
That's correct. I mean, the agency is free to. they have access to it, so they're free to do with it what they will based on their access to Power DMS.
Mr. Pacheco, I called Power DMS, and there are 3 people in APD, only in APD, who have the rights within Power DMS, the privileges to do a mass download to PDF format. If anybody else tries, we have to go by ordinance, SOP by SOP and download those into PDMF. But you have 3 people, I have their names, who can do a mass download to PDF.
Okay.
So I feel like I've done more due diligence on this issue than possibly you have. I mean, I don't know that to be the facts, but this could be done.
In fairness, Mr. Member Rayner, I don't know about the PDF download. That was this is a new issue being brought up. But, our position is that we've provided it in Power DMS. Certainly, I don't know about the 3 people. That's news to me. But certainly the agency is free to print it. I mean, there's no prohibition on printing it if the agency chooses to print it.
If you were to allow one of those 3 members to do the mass download to PDF and then get that over to the agency, then the agency could print it.
I would like to say several things, and I apologize for talking over you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think that it will address an immediate point.
Go ahead.
Number 1, if you want a PDF of all the SOPs, I have it and I can give it to you. I just did it. It's 1,355 pages. I can send it over to you. I understand why APD doesn't want to print it. I used to run printing at a university. I can tell you a typical fully loaded price for black and white duplex printing was 15 cents a page 5 years ago. I think FedEx Office, I looked, is charging 24 cents a page right now. So we're looking at $200 to $300 per copy in the printing expenses. That's paper, toner. A lot of it is amortizing the printer. But it is a reasonably expensive proposition. I would also honestly, personally be concerned about doing policy review using a printed copy, just because about 14, 15 policies a month usually change. So, and most of the policies we're reviewing are the ones that changed. So it's going to be hard to work off of a printed copy from that regard, just because you're never going to have the version that you're wanting to read most of the time. Which is usually the red line changes. And maybe a bigger topic, which is not fun, but I think it's very important that I address. And, I'm not asking for rebuttal to this. This is my opinion as a member of the board, but I do think it's true that the city is not being very cooperative with this request. I think the reason that the city is not being very cooperative with this request is because for the past 3 months, the board has been extremely confrontational and frankly rude about this request. I've heard a lot of accusations towards city staff. There's been just a lot of argumentation with very little direct tasking people to do things. I think we saw tonight that once we started talking about what the real problem was and ways to address it, we very quickly got much closer to a solution than the past 3 months that have been spent largely just berating city employees for not wanting to print the policies. I think that is truthfully a very severe problem. It affects the ability of this board to do its work. It very negatively affects the ability of this board to collaborate with the city, with APD, and with other stakeholders, which is something that is repeatedly a concern. And so I'm not sure exactly what I'm asking here for, other than just to please carefully consider your tone when dealing with these kinds of requests. Avoid accusing, the city of malicious intent. Have that attitude of being willing to collaborate and look for solutions instead of, digging in and insisting on one approach to the problem. And this is probably less technical advice and more, my personal feelings, but sometimes you also have to choose the hill to die on. And given the number of struggles that we do really face dealing with the city, I think it's very important that we be cooperative and approachable on our part, and really, try to find solutions the best way we can to the problems that we face. and not take the approach of demanding something from the city and then not being willing to settle for any less. And I'll keep it at that.
So I'll address some of that. As far as the printed portion, wanting the printed portion is not to do the actual review. That's not what that was for. I kind of, let me explain. Like I said before, I've done 20 plus years of requirements, verification, validation, and whatnot. And what I'm looking for is a baseline. And so what that means is I have this printed copy, and all best practices say that when you have requirements or procedures and you print them, they are no longer considered up to date. That's just standard procedure. If you print them, then you're acknowledging that they are not the up to date, and you don't make any decisions off of that printed copy. But what you do have is a stamp in time that says this is what that requirement is. So on the policy subcommittee, when I'm looking at that redlined copy, I can go back to the printed section and look at what it was before. And I can annotate that, I can write on it, I can do all these things to keep a living document of my own notes in relation to those requirements. But Power DMS would always be, is always the official copy. So I didn't want to have to get into my exact process, but that's my exact process. I'm not using some outdated piece of paper as the official copy. That's not best practices. But when you're doing comparisons and whatnot, it is helpful to have, at least for me, to have a hard copy. Now, the other portion that you're discussing, I'm not going to address, but I didn't make that request lightly, and I felt like it was not taken seriously. And so I didn't feel the letter addressed my concerns, and so I wanted to get some answers directly. What else can I say?
Member Rayner, if I can just speak to that, the historic context of the printed. And this is not going to satisfy you, but Power DMS does have a historic record of SOPs. And
no, I understand that, but can you imagine on a 13-inch monitor going through looking at histories and having to flip back and forth? You don't get to look at them in parallel. You have to flip back and forth between screens. And if you're lucky, you're able to do it fast enough to where you can see them and kind of keep one in your head as you look at the other. So no, that doesn't help me. Like I said, I'm not saying this because I just feel like saying this. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't ask for something just to ask for something. I would not do that. That's not what I'm trying to do. Jesse, if you have the full PDF, if you could send that over to the agency, and then maybe we can work within the agency to make something happen, and that would solve this. If we got the electronic copy of all the PDFs over to the agency, then maybe I can work with the agency and see if we can make something happen.
Mr. Pacheco, I want to say, I hope that we're able to have open discussion without anybody getting their feelings hurt or anybody saying that we're talking negatively against you or whatever. But I do want you to understand that different people have different ways of reviewing. And I want to make sure that the board is efficient and effective in their way of reviewing. Just like, what is that when people see the letters backwards or whatever? I forgot what it's called. But anyway, when different people have different ways of reviewing, that's what I just want you to be open-minded about that. I mean, some of us are used to looking at a screen all day, and some of us just say, I need that hard copy in front of me. I'm old-fashioned. I'll be 67 my birthday. I like the hard copy myself, but it's just different ways that people have of reviewing, and they want to make sure that they're doing the best possible job. As Member Rayner said, he wants to make sure he's efficient and effective when he's reviewing these. And so I don't want it to be open and shut and we're hitting a brick wall. I want you to be open-minded on why we're making this request. He just isn't making it just to make your life miserable and make you have all these meetings and say, no, we can't do it. We provide it one way. We're not going to provide it another way. I think we all should be open-minded on why we're making these requests and the necessity of why we're saying we want the hard copy. And I think Member Rayner has said that it's hard to do on that screen, and I won't say anything because coming from APD, I know how to sometimes partially navigate through Power DMS. But these other people that have never been exposed to Power DMS or didn't have to work on it since inception, they don't have that day-to-day use like some of us at APD have, or some people with the city. So those are the other things that I want you to take in consideration. I mean, Jesse, he's been working with it for a long time because he's over our PR, our policy subcommittee. So yeah, some people can navigate through it with no problem. And some people just can't. And that's what I want you to take in consideration, and just saying, we provide it in the format and we're not going to provide it any other way. Look at our side. I mean, I understand what you're saying. We don't want to set a precedence where we have to start printing out 9,000 copies for every new board member, because, we have new board members all the time. I understand that. But I also want you to look at why we're asking. It's not to cause problems.
I understand, and the board does the best they can, and frankly, a little tablet would be an awful difficult way to do things, and so
and that's all we're provided.
I understand, and unfortunately, I have to carry the message sometimes, and so that's the decision that's been made, and so sometimes I'm the bearer of bad news. But
I think the decision was made without really the history and the reason why we're asking that. And I don't know, I don't think that Member Rashad, I don't think that you, I don't think Director Ewing, that you had all that background at the time. I don't believe she did when she went to you, but I just think that, Jesse, if you have it in a PDF, I wouldn't mind having it too, if you could send to us. But I'm just saying, and I'm sorry I didn't call on you earlier. I didn't see that you were trying to speak until I saw it in chat. Sorry about that, Member Crawford, that I didn't call on you earlier. But I'm just saying, those are the things that I think, we do need to work together. We do need to view the other person's side and see why they're asking. That's all I'm saying. I don't think you had all that information at the time the discussion was held. In fact, I'm almost positive you didn't, because a lot of that Member Rayner just said tonight. So, but we do need to work together, and we do need to help each other accomplish the goal. We know why we're here, and you know why you're where you are. So, we have a goal, we have a mission, we have things that we have to do per the CASA, per the ordinance. So I just want everybody to be clear of that. It's not that we're trying to, remember, Rayner is trying to cause problems, but if this is a way he can do it, we can't look at it on a 10-inch screen. He doesn't have the pleasure of working from home, having a home office, where some other people do. He doesn't have that pleasure. So I know Member Wartel has told me before too, my God, how am I going to look at this on this little bitty tablet that I have? I have to use a big screen. So this isn't just Member Rayner's problem. This is all of our problems when we just have a little 10-inch iPad. So I think that everybody should be aware of the problems we have, and we do want to be effective. We do want to be a good board, but we have to have what's necessary and needed in order to accomplish that goal. So I'm through with my spiel. Is there any other are there any other comments? If not, we'll move on to semi-annual audit. I think we already discussed that, and that will be put on the agenda for next month for more discussion. Because I think we heard about that in Member Ewing's report, and it was said that it deserves more discussion, and I'm not prepared for that tonight. So we'll just add that to next month's agenda, please, Ms. Pearl.
Chair Friends, do you need to motion to table that to the next agenda, or you're just going to move it without a motion? May want to check with Ms. Gooch.
It's on this says discussion, updates, and possible action. So I'm just going to leave it as a discussion on this one. Unless Councilor Gooch, do I need to table it?
Chair French, you're fine. Just how you've done it, but you did miss item E on the agenda.
Indeed.
Oh, You're right, I did. I crossed it out. Sorry. See, I left my highlighter on the table at break. And so, okay, sorry about that. Let's go back to that. Annual training status update. Counselor,
What about the use of force? Is that still on the agenda or not? Streamlined data process, Eric?
I think you're on the wrong one. I did go from hard copy from D to F and I skipped E. So the next one is the annual training status update by Counselor Gooch.
Thank you, Chair French and members of the board. I will be brief. You all have received information about at least the trainings I am providing, the opportunity to attend live and via Zoom. There will be the third training available on December 15th at 9 a.m. You should have the Zoom details as well as my office location for anyone that would like to come and sit with me in a conference room in person. Member Wartell and I have also been working with the city legal on their portion of the training, and Member Wartell has that draft to go through before we communicate with the city and then work through the last step, which is monitor approval. And APD is aware that there's a tier 3 training portion of its use of force that it is working to provide to the board in live format, and scheduling on that is ongoing. Otherwise, that is where we are. I encourage the board to please keep track of what you are doing and when you are getting it done so that we can be as up to date with the data provided to the monitor as possible. And remind everyone, please do your ride-alongs. Those are now back in effect and have to occur. If anyone is running into any issues with scheduling, has any questions about where training might be or access to the training, I recommend you speak with the agency, or if you need, I'm happy to be of assistance as well. Thank you.
One more addition to that. In the October 13th meeting, no, let me start differently. First, the two training sessions that Councillor Gooch has led, I think were really excellent. Of course, I have a little bit of a conflict of interest there because I was part of it, but I hope that it was useful to everybody who attended, and it is recorded so that you can do it at any time. In the October 13th meeting, we passed a motion that said Chair French to delegate legal counsel Tina Gooch to draft a letter to city legal that the CASA states that 24-hour and annual training is all that is required of the CPOA board. A roll call vote was taken, motion passed. Did we ever send that letter?
Chair French, Member Wartell, the October agenda item was for me to reach out to the city to discuss what's on our agenda, I believe is item G this evening, which was changes to the CASA and a recommendation that the CPA be excluded through the terms of the CASA. I looked into that. I did provide Member French with the emails I had sent to Ms. Keefe on behalf of the city, asking for both you, Member Wartell, and I to meet to discuss that. And we have not been successful in a meeting to get a seat at that table.
But what I thought we asked for in that motion was a statement that we believe that the CASA required training was sufficient. Did we make that clear?
Chair French, Member Wartell, I can forward you the email and you can decide for yourself. I thought I did, but I'm happy to clarify and make sure that it comports with what the board would like conveyed.
Great. It's just that I think we have unanimously said that at least twice. And I simply think we need to reemphasize it.
And I would like to add, well, since we're talking about training, for all of you that don't know or didn't get it, there is a new release form that is required for the ride-alongs. And so if you don't, I think I sent it to everyone, or Ms. Varela sent it to everyone, but you do need to sign those and get those back into that. Miss Gallegos, I think is her name, so that she can set you up for those ride-alongs.
It's hardly different than the old one, isn't it? I mean, I looked at it and it didn't look different.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if she did or if she didn't. I mean, I'm not sure if they were the same. She said they were different. I don't know if they were or not. And also on the Citizen Police Academy, I know that they started one in September. I don't know if any board member was made aware of that or was told about that, but they only have them twice a year, and I think you can piecework them. Member Crawford, so I know you went to a few, but did they tell you you could attend one like at the beginning of the year, and the classes you missed, you could go to the next academy?
I've never been told that exactly, but I think I know that some board members have done that in the past, so I figured I could probably get away with it. But yeah, I did not know that there was one starting in September, which is probably over now, or very close to it.
Have you finished the CPA?
No, I particularly at that point had a lot going on, and I was only able to make maybe about half of it.
I'm not criticizing, believe me. It's very difficult to meet that time schedule.
Well, I will say the last meeting that I was supposed to have with the chief, he wasn't there. He sent one of his deputy commanders or deputy chiefs, and I brought that up. That had they contacted our director, Miss Ewing, so that she could let us know, the board members know, that the academy had started, and to my knowledge, they had not. And they agreed they had not, and they only have it twice a year. So I saw that as a big problem, because if you only have a year and they only offer it twice a year, and it's 10 or 12 weeks, 3 hours twice a week, we certainly should be notified of those. So just so you members know, you can look on this APD's website on Citizen Academy. Please, it's usually at the beginning and at the end of the year, starting September. I would advise you to look. They did say that they would let us know, but just to be safe, I would look and make sure, because you have to fill out a form and get a clearance. So we'll move on. Is there any more discussion? All right, we'll move on. And I think I already said the semi-annual audit. Pretty much Ms. Ewing gave an update on that, but I will bring that up again at next month's meeting because it does need more discussion. And we'll go on to G, recommended changes to CASA. Councilor Gooch.
Thank you, Chair French, members of the board. I alluded to, and I actually have the email now, I found it, about the status. On October 13th at the board meeting, while I was in the background, and based on the board's vote, sent a communication to the city saying that the board discussed recommendations made about possible CASA amendments at its meeting tonight, October 13th. It voted to recommend the CASA be updated to specifically provide that the trainings required by paragraphs 274, 275, and 276 be the only board trainings that are imposed on the board, i.e. no additional city required trainings. The board also asked that it, through Member Wartell and I as their counsel, be included in any meetings, discussions, etc., where amendments that impact the board are being considered or discussed. I look forward to hearing from you about this recommendation and working with you and your team. I didn't hear anything, so I sent a follow-up on October 20th. And my hope was that we would have an update of some sort, but I know that this week, especially of all weeks, has been very busy, and I'm optimistic we may learn more tomorrow with the monitor meeting. I can't guarantee, but that is the update I have for the board this evening.
Thanks for following up on that.
Member Wartell?
I thank Councilor Gooch for following up on that.
and next we'll move on. I'll make a motion for acceptance of our executive director's resignation. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 13, review of cases, sustained cases. Or should I say approval of recommended discipline. We'll start out with 165-22. Monsieur?
Your Honor, sorry, not Your Honor, Chair French members.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome for the promotion. I don't really have much to add beyond what was in the contents of the letter, though I will do my best to answer questions if anybody has any.
I had a quick question. This is 165-22, right?
Yes, sir.
Were there no other videos? I know in the past sometimes we haven't gotten everything, but it seemed like that video, it was really short. If I'm looking at my notes and remembering the right case.
Let me take a look. I don't think we had much in the way of videos on that one. I'm only seeing the one.
Would your investigators have access if there was more than one? Would they have seen that one too?
Ostensibly, yes. If the way this is supposed to work is if a video exists for these cases, we're supposed to get it. And all I see that we have appears to be the one. So that suggests to me that that's all there is.
Okay. Were there any questions on that one?
Did I misunderstand, or did a supervisor never show up?
Let me double check. I'm sorry, Member Wartell. It's been a very long week and things are starting to blur.
Well, it's not that important. Don't worry about it.
I'm just.
I don't disagree with what was done.
I'm not sure if the supervisor showed up that day or if they got in touch after. I think they may have gotten in touch after, if I recall this correctly.
Yeah, I thought that was a weird situation.
You know what? Sorry, you know what I remember about this case, and I was going to ask you, Dr. Young. It appeared that when and maybe I read it wrong, and I was going to go back, but I didn't have time. When the investigator asked Officer P about some of the allegations, he denied them. But yet, when he talked to the sergeant or lieutenant or somebody else, they did say, well, you know what? Sorry. I should have had a motion and a second before we went into discussion. Sorry about that. So let me just make the motion so we can go into discussion about this. So is there a motion for approval of the recommended discipline on case 165-22?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Okay, now we'll go into discussion. But what I was going to say is, I think that when I was trying to pull it up, but I only have my little bitty phone now, that the officer, the commanding officer said that he did say or do some of those things, but I didn't see anything in the findings that about the officer being untruthful during the investigation. And maybe I read the commanding officer wrong, but thought it was, and I tell you, Director Ewing, it was based on the part of the investigation where he asked the officer, how do you respond to this allegation? And I can't find it. And is there a separate, and I'm sure there is, SOP violation if you're, well, I guess let me ask you this. Would it be, if it was nothing on the OBDR, would it be his word against the other officers, so it really couldn't be proven one way or the other?
Yes.
Okay. And I didn't have a chance to go back and read that in this, so I won't belabor that. Is there any more discussion? If not, Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, I'll make a motion for approval of the recommended discipline on case number 169-22. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, Ms. Barella, will you take the roll?
Member Crawford.
Yes.
Thank you. Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wortel.
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And with that, we'll move on to.
Let me ask one question about that previous one. And it's a
Sure.
technical question. The report was not complete on my download. It ended in the middle of a sentence.
Which one, Member Wortel?
Investigative report was not complete on 161.22. Now, maybe my download wasn't good.
You mean 169? We're talking 169, right?
I just did 161.
Oh. Okay. Let me look at mine.
Nobody else noticed that?
61. I didn't.
Chair French, there's no motion to accept or decline for 16122.
I thought you just did 16122.
She mentioned, yeah, she said we'll move on to 16122, but there was no official motion just yet.
Oh, I thought she made that at the very beginning.
No.
Oh, no, I'm confused then. I apologize. I'm getting old. Or tired or something.
It's late.
Okay, then I'll make, yeah, I was moving on to that motion. So I was going to make a motion to approval of the recommendation of recommended discipline of sustained violation not based on original complaint on 161-22. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now we're open for discussion. Member Wortel, I just looked at mine again and mine downloaded, the investigation downloaded the complete.
I just like put together in my head, I've seen a very similar problem with ShareBase before. I've had cases where like all the pages after the first few were blank, and usually reloading fixes it.
You know, think about it, I've had that too. Mhm.
Let me find 161.22.
Or sometimes there's blank pages in the middle of the investigation too.
So while you're looking at that, I have a question about this one. So when I was looking at this one, there seems to have been a second incident, and I can't remember if this is the first incident or the second incident with, it makes mention of this officer in the discipline, I think the DAP or something like that. And my question is there a way? So when I saw that, I wanted to go look at the other case, but there's absolutely no way, shape, or form I can figure out how to get from this case to that case. Does anybody know how we could do such a thing? Is that capability? Does the board have that capability?
Not unless it's included in his investigation. The only materials we have that were provided are the materials in the investigation.
That's what I thought. So unless we actually knew, well, it actually is worse than what I was thinking. Because even if we knew the case number, let's say it's referenced in here, if we have not been given, we don't have access to all the cases. We don't have access to the ones that we have the links to. So let's say the case number is in here. We can't just go off and find it unless we've been given access to that case. That's right?
That's what the APD, all these cases come from APD. And I don't think even the agency has access. I don't know, they have a new records system now. I forgot the name of it, but no. As far as I know, you would have to request that from APD. We would have to ask the agency to request that report from APD. But did you find that it was significant to this investigation?
I wanted to go look to see if it was. I can't remember which one was first or second. If this is the second or the first, my note says second incident came before board, before the, like, my notes aren't very good. But what I wanted to see is which one came first and if they were similar or what have you, just to get an understanding of what we're dealing with. Because what popped in my head is we could be, with the redaction and everything else, we could be seeing Officer S 30 times, and not know it's the same person, right? It could be Officer Stevens, it could be Officer Steven, it could be Officer Smith. We have no idea which one it is based off of the redaction. And so when they made note that this is the second one, I wanted to go see what the other one had to say. Maybe it would lead to something, maybe it's something different.
Okay, I'm not sure. I guess the investigator didn't find that case was relevant to this, or I'm sure he would have asked for it. So no, we don't have access to it. But in the future, if you see something like that, we can ask APD to get us a copy of the original report. It's all public record. With that, we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? If not, Ms. Farella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yeah.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And so we'll move on, and I'll make a motion for approval of the recommended discipline, sustained violation not based on original complaint of 184-22. Is there a second?
Yeah,
Second.
I'm not sure which thing he was asking for either, period. But if it's the DAPA, he doesn't get it.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Ewing, I'm sorry, were you meaning to speak to us?
I apologize. That was a response. I am having technology issues out the yin yang this evening. My apologies. No.
Okay.
My.
So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Ms. Farella, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford,
Yes.
Member French,
Yes.
Member Jackson,
Yes.
Member Luce,
Yes.
Member Nixon,
Yes.
Member Rayner,
Yes.
Member Wartell.
Yeah.
Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll move on to non-concurrence cases. I don't think, do we have to have a motion to approve or not approve these? I don't think we do we?
Chair French, no.
Thank you.
Chair French, if I may.
Sure, go
There
right
was
ahead.
a point I wanted to bring to the board's attention because there are two unusual non-concurrence this time. 100-22 and 116-22. APD made a change in how they're interpreting the 120-day investigative period. Up until recently, the APD gave us 120 days to complete an investigation and then counted the director's review time as part of their review time. They have recently, from what I have been told, due to a labor board decision, come to the decision that our review time has to be taken out of the 120 days, and the review time that comes after the 120 days is solely for APD, which is how those two non-concurrence cases fell out of time. We are working to adjust our timelines to work with this new reality. We tried to we asked City Legal for some clarity because it was such a change in precedent of more than a decade, precedent going back to when CPOA was IRO. And it's been made clear to us by the chain of command and through a legal opinion that no, we're just going to have to deal with it because that's how they're interpreting things now. And that's because there's a new interpretation of the collective bargaining agreement that came out of that labor board review issue.
Ms. Ewing, did APD make you aware of that change prior to this?
No, ma'am. We became aware of it through those non-concurrence letters.
Then it's no fault of the agency, because I did notice that. And that was going to be my first question, because during our training this week, that was one thing that Councilor Gooch commended the agency, is we had never had one of these issues where we were beyond the timeline that was given to us. So I'm glad you explained that.
We actually held it off from last month because we wanted to be able to answer the question, because it was such a change and we knew that you would want and frankly be entitled to an explanation of what happened there.
Okay, so explain that to me one more time and to the board so we'll know. So it went
Yes,
from
ma'am.
90 days to 120 in the contract.
Yes, ma'am. So it went from 90 days with the option to get an extension of 30 days to just a straight 120 days in the contract. Somehow, through a mechanism that either I'm not smart enough to understand or I'm too tired to put together, the decision was made by the labor board that that changes through that related to that change, I believe, in the new CBA, 120-day investigation has to include our review time now, as opposed to we have a full 120 days to actually investigate. Then we review and send it over to APD with time within that 40-day window afterwards. They've said, no, you guys don't get to eat our 40-day window. You have to figure it out in your 120 days.
Okay. Well, just since the agency you can work within the perimeters as long as you know what they are. So,
yes, well, we're working on it, but it was a significant issue that we wanted to be sure that the board knew had changed.
Okay, thank you.
Quick question: Who at City Legal did you consult?
The opinion came from Mr. Pacheco, and we had first simply gone back to the officer, the member of APD command staff who had written the non-concurrence letter to say, we don't understand, it's always been this way, what is the change? And Mr. Pacheco explained why this had changed, and we had some follow-up questions, and we're stuck with the interpretation the labor board has imposed on APD.
Yes, that's true. 9. And that she did not attend the meeting. I don't know if that would suffice, just to put that in the minutes and move on without any formal action or not. Would that, is the board in agreement, and would that be okay, Ms. Gooch? Councilor Gooch?
Chair French, members of the board, I recommend you take a position or a decision on the appeal if you have the information necessary to do that. Remember, there is a standard, there's the 3 set criterion. And if you believe that there's evidence one way or the other, you all consider it and make a decision. And I would recommend or just state that if the complainant simply said, I appeal, that should be a pretty easy decision for the board, because that per se cannot meet those 3 criterion.
So I'm going to make the motion, and I hope this is correct. I'm going to make a motion that we deny well, anybody can appeal. I'm looking for the right verbiage here, Councilor Gooch.
I think Chair French, you're thinking of uphold the agency's decision.
We can do that. Okay. Then I'll make a motion that we uphold the agency's decision on case number CPC 065-22.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any more discussion?
I had a question. If we do this, does the complainant forfeit the ability to bring it again? Or, you know, what I'm concerned about is if there's a legitimate reason why she wasn't able to show up, or does she no longer have a chance to re-appeal, if you will?
Chair French, Member Rayner, technically yes to the board, but no, there still is the next round, which is to the Chief Administrative Officer of the city, if that is something the complainant wishes to pursue.
I'd like to point out that this appellant said lots more than I appeal.
Yes, she did.
I don't want to deny this person their ability to bring this forth to the board, and so I don't know how we do that without. I don't know. It seems like we gum up the works if we don't do something today. Is that right? If we don't make a decision on this appeal tonight, I don't know what I'm trying to ask.
Well, the motion on the floor is to accept the recommended discipline from the agency. So you would have an option not to do that. And then, you know, I don't know what would happen, but you certainly, and I understand what you're saying. If she has a legitimate reason why she was unable to make it, we don't want to just, you know, close the door on her. But we did receive.
What happens if we defer to the next meeting? Councilor Gooch?
Chair French, Member Wartell, you table and move it to the next meeting. And if she comes, she does. And if she doesn't, you still have the same conundrum, but we could cross that bridge when you come to it. You also would be needing the director and APD to prepare again for this case and come back as well. I just mentioned that there's more than just the complainant that's times impacted by the appeals.
The only problem I see with that is we're setting a precedent. So we're going to have to do that from now on. Anybody who doesn't, gives no excuse, says they're coming, but they don't, we're just going to have to table it and give them another month. I don't know if we really want to do that, but we have to be consistent with all citizens. We can't do something for one and not for another one.
Well, I would have agreed with Councilor Gooch if she just said, I appeal. There's a difference between taking advantage of the appeal process and actually getting involved with the appeal process. And in this case, she got involved.
Member Crawford, did you?
Yeah, I totally understand the concern about not wanting to establish a norm that we're going to table appeals when the appellant doesn't appear. That said, I do think that there is sufficient material that we have for this appeal that it does deserve our full consideration and not just some kind of, summary action. And I wonder if the fact that we are just 5 minutes from 10 p.m. and we had 3 appeals, a very unusually large number this month, might be reasonable justification to table this appeal to next month. Not so much because of the appearance of the appellant, but just out of the concern of time. And hopefully Director Ewing isn't about to point out that we're going to hit the deadlines, but we'll see.
If I may, Chair French?
Sure.
I would just note that if just remind the board that if it takes the action, it sounds like it's contemplating of tabling the discussion or of trying to discuss it now at this hour. If they were to try to discuss it now at this hour and have those who showed up say something. Obviously, Commander Waite has left. And if it's tabled, the department the agency will have to find somebody else to speak on the agency's behalf. Just a reminder of what work that will mean for the various people however this is handled.
Is there no way that we can basically take no action and send like a letter back to the complaint and say, you need to refile your appeal? Like we didn't do anything. Is there any way to basically do that where we don't, it's not tabled, but it's back on you to refile if you want to have your appeal heard?
Was that a question for me or Councilor Gooch?
Either.
Director Ewing, would you like to take it or would you like me to?
I will let you correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe there's a procedure for that within the ordinance or within the board's policies and procedures is the only problem for that. So I do not know that it's possible simply because it hasn't been contemplated and codified. Ms. Gooch may have a different view of that.
Thank you, Chair French. Member Rayner, I agree. I also don't know what the timing is, whether she is within or outside of the 30 days, but if we're outside of the 30 days and she was timely, but now would not be, I would recommend that you uphold the 30 days. And if you were to send it back to her, it would be moot because she'd already missed the timeliness for that 30 days provided by the ordinance.
I think I'm going to withdraw my motion and I'm going to go with Member Crawford. What he recommended is because it's 10 o'clock and I'm going to tell you guys from 5 to 10, I'm pretty much brain dead by now. So I don't want to open it up for discussion tonight, but because of this unusual circumstance of having 3 appeals in one night. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not see that. I can't see the hands up. Member Luce, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I was just something that crossed my mind, and I don't know if this is even feasible or possible, but do I recall that we have a special meeting on Monday, and is it possible somebody could reach out to her tomorrow, see if this was an emergency kind of situation and possibly be heard at the meeting on Monday, which would kind of be a meet in the middle solution.
The agenda has to go out tomorrow. We've already sent the draft agenda out, so I don't know. We're going to have to refer to Councilor Gooch on this one.
Excuse me, Chair French, I'd have to look at the ordinance with the 10-day requirement for notice to APD, but I suspect that I will find and confirm what I think, which is you have to give 10 days notice so that everyone has time to prepare. That would include APD and the agency, knowing that Director Ewing's last day is tomorrow. I don't know that that's sufficient time for a different agency member to get ready. I do know that that could pose problems. I don't know if it will, but it's highly likely it could.
I don't want to cause problems. I don't know all the rules, so I was just throwing it out there. But thank you for that response.
Member Crawford, what was your, I don't want to say motion, what was your recommendation? I vote.
My thinking, and maybe I'll just make it a motion, was to table this case to our next, I think to our next regular meeting would be most appropriate. I just want to give that with the caution that I'm thinking about that less because the applicant didn't appear at this meeting and more just because it's 10 p.m. And I do think that this case deserves a meaningful discussion. I'm just not sure if that's going to happen this late in the day.
I can assure you by me it wouldn't, because like I said, it's late and we've had a very, very busy week. I know I certainly have. So I would agree. And I think per Robert's Rules of Order, anytime you table it, unless otherwise stated, it automatically goes on the next month's agenda.
Can we get a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Ms. Farrell, will you call the roll?
Member Crawford?
Yes.
Member French?
Yes.
Member Jackson?
Yes.
Member Luce?
Yes.
Member Nixon?
Yes.
Member Rayner?
Yes.
Member Wortel? Thank you. That motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. And I don't believe there's any new business I want to do. I do want to remind the board members that we will be meeting with our new monitor tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning at Plaza del Sol. And I believe it's in the basement in the conference room where we've met before. And Ms. Ewing, will you, I know that, I know one member for sure will not be able to attend and will be coming in by Zoom. We will have Zoom available, correct?
Yes, ma'am. That was one of the capabilities they insisted on making sure was available in any room where things were set up. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Can you send out the address so I don't end up at the wrong place?
Second and nearly Lomas.
It's the same building where our office is, but yes.
Oh, so instead of going to
Instead of going to 8, you go to the basement. Yes, sir.
got it. I can do.
Okay, 9:30 in the morning. And member Wortel, you'll appreciate this. I'm not going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
That's a good idea.
But I don't see the Zoom, just so you know, Patty, I don't see the Zoom. Was it sent? A Zoom meeting link
I haven't seen the invitation either.
for tomorrow?
Who will be needing the link? I know member Nixon will. I know member Luce will. Member Crawford, are you going to be Zooming in or in person? I know you have a new job. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I believe I will be Zooming in. I
Okay.
cannot guarantee that yet, but that's my plan.
I know you have a new job, so.
Maybe if we just send it out to everybody, just in case something pops up at the last moment.
To the board, exactly.
That'd be the easiest way.
Smart.
Yeah, I agree, but I want to make sure that those get it, but I agree. Okay, and Ms. Ewing, will you be sending that out or do you know how that's done since it's downstairs? Do you know? And not in the office?
That invitation was sent out by the organizers of the meetings. I just went into my calendar and forwarded it to all of the members of the board.
Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
I don't think you know how they said they were going to send the invite to the meeting to the board? I don't think I ever got the invite from the people that were putting the meeting together. So I'm glad. Thank you.
My pleasure.
All right, with that, all right. Thank you very much. Sorry the meeting lasted so long. We are adjourned.